Alright, so we're gonna do a new game. I'm losing all those Pokemon.
What's your power level? Mine's pretty big.
Bernie! Welcome in. Let me get through the intro and then we can do the power level. But how are you? Happy New Year. Sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Birch. Everyone calls me the Pokemon Professor. This is what we call a Pokemon. This world is widely inhabited by creatures known as Pokemon. We humans live alongside Pokemon, at times as friendly playmates, and at times as cooperative workmates. And sometimes we band together and battle others like us, but despite our closeness, we don't know everything about Pokemon. In fact, there are many, many secrets surrounding Pokemon. To unravel Pokemon mysteries, I've been undertaking research. That's what I do. And you are? Are you a boy or a girl? You know what? Just to mix things up, we're a girl. We're still Ace, though. Ah, okay, you're Ace, who's moving to my hometown of Little Root. I get it now. Alright, are you ready? Your very own adventure is about to unfold. Take courage and leap into the world of Pokemon where dreams, adventure, and friendships await. Well, I'll be expecting you later. Come see me in my lab. Okay. Happy New Year, and that's how you know I'm here. That is true. Alright. So let's jump over here. Get some music going. Alright, I'm gonna take that off for a second. Let's see here. Here we go. Alright, so I gotta go look up the wheel. Oopsie. Speaking of wheels, today is the last day until April that the wheel of punishment is gonna be like it is. Cause I'm taking off, you know, things like butter and stuff like that. Cause I'm doing a 90-day cleanse. Should be fun. Looking forward to it. Okay. Boop-de-boop-de-boop-de-boop-de-boop-de-boo. Alright, so we got that ready to go. Let's put on the scooter. I feel like it's tighter now. I don't know why. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
And it's 139?
139, huh? That seems a little low to me.
Bernie, what happened? What happened? Bernie! You know what? I'm just gonna leave this over here. We're gonna put that right there. Okay. 139, Bruni. Ouchies. Alright. Let's go ahead and mute this, and here we go. Well, I'm still coming for that 1.3. Shall be mine again. Yeah. No, I believe it. I believe it. I'm relatively sure you can get it. It's just gonna be a minute. We're home, honey. Must be tiring riding with our things in the moving truck. Cause that's a sensible thing. You throw your kid in the back of a truck with all your stuff. Well, this is Little Root Town. How do you like it? This is our new home. It has a quaint feel, but it seems to be an easy place to live, don't you think? And you get your own room. Let's go inside. Kagome! Thank you for the contribution to the Breath of the Wild Master Mode Challenge. Hello. Hi there, hello. See, isn't it nice here too? The movers Pokemon do all the work of moving us in and cleaning up after. This is so convenient. Your room's upstairs. Go check it out, dear.
Hello there.
Hello there. Dad bought you a new clock to mark your move here. Don't forget to set it. God help me if the battery's dead. Okay, we got our potion, or podium as MJ Durlac says. Okay, so what time is it? It's 8:26. But we need to go back. Then again, I live my life like 5 minutes ahead. Nah, we're just sitting at 8:26. That's fine. That's fine. How do you like your new room? Good, everything's put away neatly. They finished moving everything in downstairs too. Pokemon movers are so convenient. Oh, you should make sure that everything's all there on your desk. I already did. We're good. I hate not having running shoes inside. Oh, Ace, quick! Come here quickly. Look, it's Petalburg Gym. Maybe Dad'll be on. We brought you this report from in front of Petalburg Gym. Aw, it's over. I think Dad was on, but we missed him. Too bad. Oh yes, one of Dad's friends lives in town. Birch is his name. He lives right next door, so you should go over and introduce yourself. Yeah, Norman is like the only dad in Pokemon that didn't leave for milk, lottery tickets, and cigarettes. He's actually kind of around. Oh, hello! And you are? Oh, you're Ace, our new next door neighbor. Hi! We have a son about the same age as you. Our son was excited about making a new friend. He's upstairs, I think. Oof! Oof indeed. He's not upstairs. She has no idea where her son is. Hey, you! Who are you? Oh, you're Ace next door? Or you moved in next door, right? I didn't know that you're a girl. 2003 was a different time, wasn't it? Dad, Professor Birch, said that our new next door neighbor is gym leader's kid, so I assumed it must be a guy. Okay. My name's Brendan. So hi, neighbor. Huh? Hey, don't you have a Pokemon? Do you want me to go catch you one? Aw, darn, I forgot. I'm supposed to help my dad catch some wild Pokemon. Some other time, okay? Alright, sure. You want me to catch you a Pokemon? Nah, I changed my mind. Hi, there are some scary Pokemon outside. I can hear their cries. I want to go see what's going on, but I don't have any Pokemon. Can you go see what's happening for me? Help me! Help me, Tom Cruise! Hello, you over there. Please help. It's my bag. There's a Pokeball. Alright, trying to think what would make this best. You know what? We're gonna go Mudkip. I think that would be best. I don't think animations are turned on. I guess they don't automatically turn on. Oh well. I turned them off a long time ago. Are you what? I missed 2 in a row? Rude. There we go. Woo! I was in the tall grass studying wild Pokemon when I was jumped. You saved me. Thanks a lot. Oh? Oh, hi. You're Ace. This is not the place to chat, so come by my lab later, okay? Or now. I guess we're going now. So, Ace, I've heard so much about you from your father. I heard that you don't have your own Pokemon yet. But the way you battled earlier, you pulled it off with aplomb. Have I never read this text before? Because I don't remember that. I don't know that that's even a word. I guess you have your father's blood in your veins after all. Oh yes, as thanks for rescuing me, I'd like you to have this Pokemon you used earlier. Okay, so first things first, is Mudkip claimed? It is not. If you work at Pokemon and gain experience, I think you'll make an extremely good trainer. My kid Brendan is also studying Pokemon while helping me out. Ace, don't you think it might be a good idea to go see Brendan? Great! Brendan should be happy too. Get Brendan to teach you what it means to be a trainer. Nah, I'm good. Hello, Ace. Happy New Year. Stefan, welcome in. How are you? Happy New Year. Alright. I'm also not used to using a game controller anymore. Okay, so we are healed up. We're good. Well, I was about to check our nature, but never mind. And I need to turn on animations. I gotta remember that. I mean, it does speed it up a little, but... Oh. Dang it, I thought I had to sneeze. Okay. I hate not having running shoes. There we go. Oh, come on. I hate that tackle is not 100%. If it's not 100% accurate, it's 50% accurate. Okay, we are level 6 now, so that's good. There's an Amara in chat if you might want to try and catch it. And we got Mudslap. Alright, let's get our second potion. I hate that they don't give you Pokeballs yet, but I get it. You know, before we do this fight, I should heal. That'd be smart. This whole Living Dex thing will get a lot easier starting in Gen 6. Because we'll have the EXP all thing going on and it'll be accurate and everything. It's gonna be nice. I think Gen 5 is gonna be a nightmare. But we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, so it's this one and that one that live on Route 103. Hey, it's Ace. Oh yeah, Dad gave you a Pokemon. Since we're here, how about a little battle? I'll teach you what being a trainer is about. Honestly, I prefer Trico, but Mudkip will carry this run, so. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh. Do 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 do. 69. Nice. Do do do. Huh? You're not too shabby. Thanks. I think I get it. I think I know why my dad has his eye out for you now. Look, your Pokemon already likes you, even though you just got it. I get the feeling that you could befriend any Pokemon with ease. You should head back to the lab. Okay, sure. I'm heading back to my dad's lab now. You should hustle back too. Didn't we just covered that though. Oh hi! I heard you beat Brendan on your first try. That's excellent! Brendan's been helping me with my research for a long time. He has an extensive history as a trainer already. Here, I ordered this for my research, but I think you should have this Pokedex. Thanks, buddy. This Pokedex is a high-tech tool that automatically makes a record of any Pokemon you meet or catch. My kid Brendan goes everywhere with it. Whenever my kid catches a rare Pokemon and records its data on the Dex, why Brendan looks for me while I'm out doing fieldwork and shows me. Huh, so you got a Pokedex too. Well then here, I'll give you these. Pog. You know it's more fun to have a whole bunch of Pokemon. I'm gonna explore all over the place to find different Pokemon. If I find any cool Pokemon, you bet I'll try to get them with Pokeballs. Is that how it works? I keep looking over to the left because I'm usually playing as Brendan's character, but I changed it, and so we're on the right now. Wait! Look, did you introduce yourself to Birch? Oh, what an adorable Pokemon. You got it from Birch. How nice. You're your father's child, alright. You look good together with Pokemon. Here, if you're going out on an adventure, wear these running shoes. They'll put a zip in your step. Those came with instructions. Press the B button while wearing these running shoes to run extra fast. Slip on these running shoes and race in the great outdoors. You'd think we were in a video game or something. To think you have your very own Pokemon now. Your father will be overjoyed. But please be careful. If anything happens, you can go home. Go on. Go get him, honey. Whee! Okay, so we can catch our first 2 now. Well, 3, I guess. We could catch 3. I thought I was gonna kill it, but I didn't. Nope, it's right there. Aha! I found it! Pog. Alright. Did anybody name Puchieta? Yes, Tiny did. So this is gonna be Roxy. We got that one. I'm gonna get up here. I want to get a Zigzagoon as fast as possible. Wurmple's gonna be annoying, but I have an idea. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Whoa, I'm gonna kill that one too. Okay. Understandable, understandable. You know, I'm just gonna go heal. That's fine. Do 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 do. So has anybody come up with any New Year's resolutions yet? I'm trying to... I honestly have not really thought of any. There we go. I was like, where are the Pokemon? Are they afraid of me? Okay, I'm gonna use... Oops, I did not mean to do Growl, but alright. I guess we're doing Growl. Let's do Mud Slap. We haven't done Mud Slap yet. I was kind of curious. I guess we're sticking to Tackle for a while. Do 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 do. Okay, so we still need a Wurmple and still need a Zigzagoon. I definitely want to get a Zigzagoon as fast as possible because it has pickup as an ability and it can save me some money. Also, we got about 5 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Okay.
Hello there.
We're doing good. We got stuff going on. Lucas, hello there. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy New Year. Why am I only getting Poochyena? Where is Zigzagoon, bro? I mean, I don't want to be over-leveled. Not yet, anyway. Hello? It's bumming me out. We may have to go to a different route. I know more than... I mean, we fought a Zigzagoon. I know they exist here. Also, I should probably get some more Pokeballs anyway. Do 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 do. Ah yes, Generation 3, the generation of the horns. There we go. I want that. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Hog. Okay, Zigzagoon. Does anybody have that one? No. Do 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 do. Okay. I keep thinking the Y button is the start button, and it's not. Okay, so no item yet. We're also looking for a win goal. I could catch a couple of Zigzagoon just to kind of increase the chance of getting items and stuff, but eh. Okay, we already have that. I'm looking for win goal now. Do 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 do. Come on. Man, these encounters do not like me very much. Alright, fine. I will use you as experience. Okay, so I'm gonna put 1 and 2. I gotta remember to keep up with the numbers, otherwise it's gonna throw me off. Bruh. Is Poochyena just like that common? I know Wingle's not super common, but dang. Bro, did I do something wrong? Did I break my game? I'm getting a little concerned here. Okay, let's try this patch of grass. We did find a Zigzagoon here. I found another Zigzagoon. You know, I think I am gonna catch a couple of Zigzagoon. It'll help with item management and stuff. Fine, I'm gonna go with something that's 100% accurate. I'm tired of missing with tackle.
Twerking into the new year like Ditto Dumper.
Oh my god. Tiny, welcome in first off. Happy New Year. Hopefully you're doing well. And thank you so much for the resub of 18 months. Don't forget to claim a Pokemon. We are playing Pokemon, and this is the time we get to do it. Happy new calendar day. Yes, happy new calendar day indeed. Okay. I'm gonna have to save over my save file. Buy all the legendaries. I have the box full of the legendary dogs, Ho-Oh and Lugia. And now they're gone. Move that over a little. Oh, no, camera. Chill. Move this over. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna knock out those push-ups real quick. Here we go. 41. Okay. It is super sunny today. Okay. I think we're good. I'm gonna pour some more water in here. And think of the epic unit. There we go. That's all the water I got for now. And that's okay though. Did you do anything last night? I had breakfast for dinner. So that was fun. But I didn't drink or anything. I didn't even really stay up that late. I was just playing Pokemon and hanging out with my girlfriend, and fell asleep kind of early, if I'm being honest. That's okay though. I also made it a point to do my laundry yesterday instead of today because apparently you're not supposed to do it on New Year's Day. It's some kind of superstition about washing away the old, and if you do that, you have apparently it's a superstition that you'll end up killing one of your family members or something. So let's not chance that. And also it brings bad luck. So make sure not to do laundry today. Do it tomorrow. That's the superstition. I honestly found that out yesterday. So also Sweat Drops, how are you? Welcome in. Happy New Year. All right, let's get back over to the Pokemons. Boop and a boop. Okay. Oh, I'm a little winded from those push-ups. Not gonna lie. Good. How are you? Happy New Year. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We are working on our living decks for Gen 3 now. So that's fun. And apparently all we are running into are Poochyena. At this rate, I don't think we're gonna finish. Where'd your big boy beard go? I shaved it, I think it was like June or July of 2021. I did that on stream. It was pretty cool. And I just haven't, I've just kept it down ever since. How did I miss that? There's a clip floating around somewhere. I think Tiny can go find it. Dude, seriously, why are there so many Poochyena here? This is ridiculous. It's a good look. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I saw that you were you started streaming up again. I lurked a couple of times. There's Wingull. Finally, something we didn't have. I came in after the beer was gone, but let me see if I can find it. Okay. I'm afraid I'm gonna kill it, so let's go to something a little bit weaker. Also, Tiny, look, we have Roxy here. It's the one that you claimed from forever ago, I guess. Why would you do Water Gun when I had a water Pokemon out? You had to take a little break from Twitch. Understandable. I mean, we all have to every once in a while, so I get it. Okay. I'm also in a new apartment, so that's another thing that changed. But that was like a month ago. I'm gonna bump this over. There we go. Don't you kill my Zigzagoon. Okay. Since you keep doing Water Gun, we're gonna go back to Mudkip. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, does anybody have Wingull claimed? Come on. Pog. Yay, we are done with this route. I'm tired of running into Poochyena. Okay, so Wingull is number 3. I didn't want to do a nickname. Okay. Do 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 do. I hate that you can't run indoors. Very sad. But starting with Gen 4 you can. Which is great. Also, I think we're gonna do Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness. I think those could be fun. Okay, so we need Ralts, which is a low encounter. This is Renault 2. Yeah, there's the clip. And Kigome was there. Okay, so there is no Surskit here. So I think we just legitimately need C-Dot, we need Wurmple, and we need Ralts. So we need 3 Pokemon here. Stop missing, you coward. Oh my god, stop critting! We actually have to catch these. You understand that, right? Bruh. Okay, Wurmple, number 4. I keep thinking that's the start button, and it's not. That's not what I want to do. Okay. Okay, so they don't have items yet. Understandable, I get it. And again, Poochyena. Look, I'm kind of tired of Poochyena. Can we throw something else out? Like Ralts or C-Dot. We need those. We take those. Of course with the Poochyena. Alright. We got some experience. Nice. And some money. We like that. We take that. Okay. Ooh, yes. Got an antidote. I'll take it. I feel like we're gonna need something other than Mudkip, so we're gonna start working on Zigzagoon. Plus, the higher level they go, the better chance you get a good item. I think Linoon also has the ability, but I could be wrong. Do 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 do. Do I want to fight these Wurmple? I got another item already. X attack, okay. That's money. I'm gonna heal up. Let's do these. We got this. Let's do it. Oh god, they're level 4. This might be a problem. I could do Growl. That's not as fun. Okay. Now we should be level 5. Perfect. We don't have a good attack nature. It's whatever. Do 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 do. Do do do. Pagarino, baby! Down and out. Oot and a boot. There's some berries up there that I can get. Did you just become a trainer? We're both beginners. I mastered 2 regions. Does that count? How are you? Oh my god, stop. Very rude. We'll do this. Okay. Almost leveled up. But now we gotta deal with Talo. Ooh, yeah, I might do this so we get to level up. This trainer's a nightmare if you're playing with Trico. Mostly because of Talo. Oh, of course. Of course you did. I mean, we're still doing half your health, so I'm okay with it. Okay, we did get an attack boost, finally. There's water gun. Nice! He called me out because he thought he could beat me. Rude. We're gonna change Omastar to Spike. Okay. Alright, and I'll add it to the rest of them later on. Let's go heal up. We'll come back and fight that trainer. I mean, some of these Pokemon we don't even need anyway. And I guess we can go ahead and get the box organized. It's this. Oops, I keep doing that. Name. Through 60. You know what? Hang on. Alright. This is 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240. I think this is where we're starting anyway. Alright, 241. 270. Name. 271 out of through 300. I mean, we only have to go to 390, so not too bad. Alright, 301 through 330. $331 through 360. And then finally 361 through 390. Okay. And we'll just leave them here for now. Actually, I can deposit some Pokemon. Hold on. And you have a Escape Rope. Cool. Okay, so you are 269. So that'd be right there. Alright, Roxy is going in 265 right there. Cool. Alright, let me take that Escape Rope real quick. Okay, I did some box management. We got that out of the way now. Now let's go beat up a trainer. And get another item. We can do that. I'm gonna keep winning and aim to be the best trainer. Help me further my career. It's a Zigzagoon. Go Zigzagoon. The sooner I get headbutt, the better. Nice crit, I like it. See, those are the Pokemon you're allowed to crit against. The ones with from trainers. Ooh, Shroomish, that's gonna be a problem. I meant to do Tail Whip, but that's fine. I'm gonna do like 3 Tail Whip and then I'll go for the tackle. I have reasons for this. It has an ability that will that can give me a status condition. I don't want that. So I'd rather just one-shot it. If I can. Okay, 3 turns, sure. Okay, no status condition. Love it. Got a Podium. No Pokeballs, though. I was hoping for a Pokeball. It didn't happen. Alright, I'm gonna kill you. Because then we get to level up. Don't kill me. I'm gonna be very sad. Yay! Okay. Alright, let's go heal up Zigzagoon again. Okay, so I fought all these trainers. I'm trying to decide if I want to drop some berries or if I want to hold off on that. Okay, so we're looking for Ralts and we're looking for C-Dot. I kind of wish there was a better way for this document to show me, like, the percentages of finding the Pokemon and stuff like that. But I didn't think that far ahead. I'll probably do that for Gen 4. Or maybe in my downtime I can go through and edit a little bit. That might be the best way to do it. Oh, Lotad. I didn't know Lotad was here. I will take Lotad. Okay. Let's not kill. Okay. We want to catch this. Pog. Okay, Lotad is number 5. Does not have a nickname, and that's okay. I will take another one. What are the odds? Since you didn't kill with a crit before, I really doubt you can now. Haha! You fool! Using Astonish on our normal Pokemon. You know ghost types can't touch normal. Hey, listen! You're supposed to get in the Pokeball. Okay, you gotta get in the Pokeball. What did I just say? Hit growl again.
Hello there.
Magnus, welcome in. Happy New Year. How are you? Okay, let's go for it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pog. I mean, we do need, you know, 3, but I can hold off because you can get a Lombre later on. Okay, so now we're still looking for C-Dot, but we're also looking for Ralts. Bit hungover, moo, but generally okay. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. We are having fun with our Gen 3 Living Dex challenge. We just started it today, and we keep running into Poochyena. Oops. But that's okay, though. So right now, we need Ralts, and we need, I just said it, C-Dot. Ralts and C-Dot, that's who we're looking for. Yeah, everybody hydrate for sure. It is very important. Do 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 do. Where are the Ralts at? The downside, I have to catch 3 Ralts. Because you can't find Curlia in this game. And I need a Gardevoir too. This may be a minute, and that's okay though. We gonna make it happen. We gonna make it happen, Captain. Yeah, I think the best thing for, like, getting over a hangover is, like, some kind of greasy-esque breakfast. So, like, something from McDonald's. Or, and definitely stay hydrated. And take some Tylenol. I think those are the things that are always talked about. Imagine trying to shiny hunt Ralts in this game. Mineral water. I don't know much about mineral water, to be honest. I don't know that I've ever tried it. Eggs are good for hangovers. Yeah, go to McDonald's, get like an egg and sausage biscuit. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Egg. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, we got about 2 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I uploaded a video yesterday to the main channel, and I also uploaded part 6 of the Pokemon Violet playthrough on the VODs channel. So be sure to check those out. We got one more video for the Violet playthrough. And that'll go up on Wednesday. And thank you for the Epic Unit. And then we'll finally start uploading other VODs. And I already have like the next couple ready to go. I'm also putting the date of when the VOD took place in the title, just to make it a little easier. So they might be uploaded out of order, but that's okay. Where's my Ralts? I need it. Where is Ralts? I need it. Do, 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 do. I watched the clip video, fun stuff. I think it was fun. A lot of it was between October and December, but that's okay though. There was a lot of fun stuff that happened there. Where is Ralts? I need Ralts. No Hoenn playthrough is complete without a Gardevoir. Do 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 do. Apparently Ralts does not want to come out and play. Alright, we're gonna do one more encounter and then we'll take a little break. Okay. Got 13 units. Okay, I'm gonna save. We're back. I got some water. And we're still looking for Ralts. And Shroomish. Ralts and Shroomish. Okay. Boopity 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 boo boo. Do 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 do. We need 3 Ralts. This is so bad. I can't find one. I really need 3 now. I also need Shroomish, but we'll get them when we get there. That's Lotad. No, not Shroomish. C-Dot. We need C-Dot. Okay, there's C-Dot. I'm kind of afraid to hit it, to be honest. So let's just try throwing a ball. Aw, come on. Okay, Harden's good. Do I chance another? No. Let's just go for it. Bro. Okay, now I say we chance it. And now we start eating balls. Let's go. Pog. Alright, we gotta see dots. We also need 3 of these. That's not good. But that's number 6. Do 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 do. Honestly, don't know how far we're gonna get today. I haven't really figured that out. I feel like we could at least get 2, maybe 3 gems done, but we'll see. There is a lot of catching we have to do before then. Yes, Lotad, I do see ya. I do. But we don't need you. We need C-Dots. And we need routes. Okay. It's too bad we can't do anything in the meantime, like at the same time that we're looking for these. Because these are the only routes they're on, I think. I should probably double check that. Let's see, Ruby Sapphire Pokedex. Do, 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 do. Okay, C-Dots. I mean, it says I can get it on 117 as well. So maybe we just do that. But Ralts, if I'm not mistaken, is only on this route. And we still have not seen one. Yeah, it's only on this route. I mean, I can also get one in XD Gale of Darkness, but that's gonna be a minute because we gotta get through Fire Red Leaf Green as well. Ooh, thank you for the epic unit. Do, 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 do. Another low tab. Do 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 do. Okay, come on. Routes. What's the percentage of it showing up? Also, I think all it has is Growl. Finally, route shows up. So on the plus side, it can't teleport away. Downside, I've got 3 Pokeballs. That's fine. Oh, it sped past me and did another growl. Okay. Okay. Come on now. Yes, we got our routes. I'm okay with that. Number 7. Alright. Nobody claimed this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it like that. There's also a Skarmory in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Okay, so we have you with an item. What do you have? Another antidote. Okay. I could leave and come back, but honestly, I'd rather just knock out the Ralts now. Because we're going to have to deal with it sooner or later. I could also sell some stuff and get some extra Pokeballs because we're almost out. I mean, do we really need the escape rope? Nah. Alright, so this will give me an 11. And show me Ralts. You know, in a certain light, that could be a Ralts. Do 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 do. You know, I haven't seen Sky in a while. Wonder if Sky's doing okay. You think if I say Sky one more time, because I said it 3 times, you think he'll show up? It's like Beetlejuice.
For me, I really like cone.
It's corn! A big lump of nubs. It has the juice. Maybe that'll work. Maybe. Do 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 do. Ah, my nose. It's just itchy. I did clean yesterday for the first time since I moved. Haven't really needed it because, you know, it was freshly cleaned and all that. But I felt like it was time to vacuum. I didn't sweep yet. I need to. I just kind of ran out of time, but I also got new towels and 2 rugs for the bathroom, some new ones. So I'm slowly improving the apartment. Do 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 do. I figure we should probably start gaining some experience, just a little bit. And since I caught 2 Zigzagoon, I might as well make one of them a Linoon. That'd be this bad boy. I'm not sure when you get headbutt, but it'll be greatly appreciated. I think I slept on my neck wrong last night. Oof. Do 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 do. Do. And now all I'm getting is Wurmple. I still need another Ralts, yo. I need 2 more Ralts, actually. If you want to pop out another Shroomish, that'd be... Or not Shroomish, C-Dot, that'd be pretty cool. Just saying. You know. IJ Lorna, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ace Squad. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy New Year. I said that kind of weird, but Happy New Year. Can I get another Ralts and C-Dot, please? I need them. I really do. Happy New Year. Absolutely Happy New Year. Okay, you are low on health. Do we have any items? We do. An escape rope. I'm gonna go ahead and box one of the Lotads as well, because we don't really need it. Okay, so Lotad is number 274. So that'd be over here. Two, three, four. Alright, C-Dot is number 277. Would be over here. And Ralts is 284. That'd be right here. Okay. We're making stuff happen. Do. I healed up, right? I might not have, I don't remember. Oh, good, I did. You know, if I was smart, I'd probably grab a couple more Zigzagoon. But I'm also kind of low on Pokeballs. But they have the chance to give you Pokeballs. Ah, makes you think. Makes you wonder what you should do. I do. It's just at the beginning of the game, you have a finite amount of resources to play with. Tiny drop epic banana split. I think Tiny did earlier. Come on. I'm not even really going for C-Dot so much, but I definitely need 2 more Ralts. If Ditto were more accessible, it wouldn't matter so much, but I think Ditto is post-game. I don't know if I want to wait that long. It's on cooldown. Oh yeah, that too. Alright, well, level 9. You get a new attack now, don't you? Heck yeah, baby! And we have 2 items. More escape rope. And a potion. I'm gonna put Wingull up front for a little while. Picked a bad time to put Lotad or Wingull up front. We're gonna level up Wingull a bit. I mean, since we're waiting for Pokemon to show up, I might as well level grind a bit. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Put Water Gun up front. I don't want to button mash my way through Growl. That wouldn't be fun. I forgot, my girlfriend gave me a Cat Trivia 2023 calendar. Like one of those little desk calendars. I figure maybe once a stream I could look at today, like the day's like trivia. We can go over it on stream and see what we think. See if we knew that. I think we get Supersonic at 5, but I can't really remember. Ah, another Ralts. Ah, yes. So there's number 2. Okay, how many Pokeballs do I have right now? I say we try. 1, 2, 3. Yes! That's number 2. We need 1 more, and then we can move on. Watch it pop up right here. That'd be awesome. It didn't, but that would be so sick. Do do do. Do, 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 do. I guess Tiny is the only mod today. I got a feeling JP might be hungover. Not sure where Dreamy, Moopa, and Sky are. That's okay though. Ooh, can we do this? I'm sure a lot of people are sleeping. Yeah, that's also a possibility. We're not gonna kill, so we're gonna do... We'll do this. Still wanting that cooking stream though. When we hit 1,250 followers, we will do a cooking stream. And now I have a big enough kitchen where I can actually do that. I just haven't figured out the whole wiring, like how to get the camera in there and all that. Do 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 do. I should have gone and healed up. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We're at 1163. Yeah, we're less than 100 away, which is cool. Okay, so last I went to sleep at 2 a.m. Ooh, fun. I don't think I was supposed to do this zigzagoon, but that's fine. Oh, last night. Yeah, I went to bed around 11 or so. It was midnight somewhere, so I you know, I kind of made it. There's a carbink in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. And we have less than a minute for Stream Raiders. Ultra back. Ah yes, the ultra back. Pog level 5. Maybe it's level 6. What heck is Carbink? It is a Gen 6 Pokemon. It's a floating rock with minerals sticking out of it, if I remember right. It might not even be floating. Got another escape rope. Got 22 units. Nice. Okay. So I'm gonna put the other Ralts right here. Ultra back is great, powerful back. Uh-huh. Okie dokie. Let's get back to it. I kind of wish there was a way to move this guy up here, but there's really nowhere to put him where he'll stay. Like, I thought about putting him up here or something, but he's just gonna slide down. So it's like, I don't know where to put him. Aha, there's the banana split. Maybe we'll do the cat trivia like halfway through through stream. So we'll do that at like a little over an hour from now. I think that'd be good. Alright, we're gonna keep leveling you up because you can get wing attack sooner rather than later. Alright, so we're not really hunting C-Dots so much as we're hunting Ralts. We just need one more. Epic Banana Split Berserker. Yeah, it's a Berserker. More evil banana split. Pretty much. Okay, we're almost level 6. I mean, we should be able to one-shot our way through the first gym with just Mudkip, but it's nice having a backup. And I have 2 backups because I have Wingull, who is weak to rock, yes, but is fast enough to at least do some damage. And then we also have Lotad. No banana, please. I'll just have the ice cream. That's what's up. When do you get supersonic? I could have sworn it was like already, but it hasn't happened yet. I had some ice cream last night. But tomorrow, I go on my cleanse. I'm joining a gym tomorrow. So that'll be fun. Oh, at least the music's like happy-go-lucky, right? I'm okay with it. We just need one more waltz and then we can move on with our lives. Right, I guess I should be fighting. It'd be smart. That's a low tad. We don't need that. Maybe it's level 7 when you get supersonic. Es posible. Come on. I'm ready to go to the next route. Need to go talk to Dad so I can move on. I hate that Wally gets a Ralts like right off the bat. That's so mean. And it takes forever for me to find 3. And it took forever to find just 1, but let alone 3. Okay, so this should push us to level 7. No, do not slow me down. There we go. And rolls. Very nice. Let's switch over to this Zigzagoon. Less chance I'll kill it. Yep, keep doing growl. Okay, now we go catch. Now we can move on to Route 104. I had to think about it for a sec. Pagarino, baby! Okay, first things first, we heal up. And who all is on Route 104? Skipping the starters. We have Talo. That might be it, as far as what we're looking for. It looks like that's it. So we're just looking for a Talo. And we can get a Swellow later. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Well, if it isn't Ace, so you're all finished moving it. I'm surprised that you managed to get here by yourself. Oh, I see. You're with your Pokemon. I guess that means you're going to be a trainer like me. It's great news. I'll be looking forward to it. I'd like to get a Pokemon, please. You're, oh, right. You're Wally, right? I'm gonna go stay with my relatives in Verdant Turf Town. I thought I'd be lonely by myself, so I wanted to take a Pokemon along. But I've never caught one before. I don't know how. I see. You heard that, right? Go with Wally and make sure that he safely catches a Pokemon. Wally, here, I'll loan you my Pokemon. Oh wow, a Pokemon! I'll give you a Pokeball too. Go for it. Oh wow, thank you. Would you really come with me? Do 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 do. Pokemon hide in tall grass like this, don't they? Please watch me and see if I can catch one properly. Whoa! Damn you, Wally, and your insane luck of finding a Ralts. At level 5, which I don't think is possible. Because all the ones I caught were level 4, I think. I just realized that. Statistically, I don't think that's possible. I kind of need to check. It's not possible. Also, Ralts is a 4% encounter. Dear Lord. C-Dot was 1%. That explains why we only found the one. Thank you, let's go back to the gym. So did it work out? Thank you, yes it did. Here's your Pokemon back. Thank you for coming along with me. You two are why I was able to catch my Pokemon. I promise I'll take real good care of it. My mom's waiting for me. I gotta go. Bye! Now, if you want to become a strong trainer, here's my advice. Head for Rustboro beyond this town. There you should challenge the gym leader, Roxanne. Roxanne! After her, go on to the other Pokemon gyms and defeat their leaders. Collect badges from them, understood? Of course, I'm a gym leader too. We'll battle one day. That's only after you become stronger. I don't wanna. It's Scat. Excuse me, let me guess. You're from the way you're dressed, you're a Pokemon trainer. Well, maybe not. Your clothes aren't all that dirty. You're either a rookie trainer or maybe you're just an ordinary kid. I'm roaming the land in search of talented trainers. I'm sorry to have taken your time. Bye, Scat. Okay, so there's some trainers we can fight down here. Do 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 do. Potion. Escape rope. Let's swap you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There's a mammoth swine in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Leaving footprints in the sand is so much fun. Fun, fun, fun. Is a Zigzagoon. Is a Ralts. We'll do Wingull. That's fine. That's still fine. C-Dot, on the other hand, might be a problem. I can't hit it. We'll do Zigzagoon, sure. Because we have Headbutt. Growth, okay. Hog. Got a flinch, nice. Oh, sorry, Tiny. It done got away. Better luck next time. No! It'd be like that. Okay, no defense, good special attack, good speed. Let's keep it that way. The sea, huh? Wonder what it's like at the bottom of the sea. He fished up strong quality Pokemon. Let's see what kind of quality Pokemon we're dealing with here, huh? The best. It's too bad I don't have confusion. Yeah, we'll go Mudkip. So I hear you like Mudkips. Tackle. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's a bop. It is. Ooh, we got some money. Gotta love it. Alright, let's go looking for our Pokemon. We need Burb. That's not Burb. In the meantime, we can work on Ralts and get Ralts to, I think, level 6 to get Confusion. Other than that, we can work on other Burb. It is level 6, yes. I've been playing through Pokemon Scarlet, just, you know, off stream and stuff. And I'm trying to bust through so I can do the Cinderace event on that as well, which it ends today, if I'm not mistaken. But it'll also come back in 2 weeks. I gotta say, that's like one of the best Pokemon games, like in terms of fun. In terms of quality, it's hit or miss, but it's fun. Alright, I won't be able to fight Poochyena because it's a dark type. That makes sense. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I was about to check and see if Zigzagoons had an item, but okay. There's Talo. There's Burb. Level 5 also. So that's pretty good. We'll go Zigzagoon. Good tackle. Okay, that's not bad. I think we can go for it here. Do 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 do. Aw, we were so close. We were so close though. It's getting pumped. Pump up the jam. Pump it up. Come on. I'm gonna have to hit it again. I wish it would have done another growl, but it's fine. Ah, that's about right. We missed. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Alright, so nobody claimed Talos, so we're just gonna go for it. And if anybody does end up claiming some of these that we've already caught, I can go back and I'll nickname them once we have the ability to. We don't yet. I don't remember where you nickname Pokemon, to be honest. I think it's in Lily Cove, but I can't remember. It also might be in Slateport. It's one of those two. Get in the bowl. Thank ya. Alright, so that's number 8. Where's Burb? Burb. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Alright, so we're gonna go heal up at the center. We're gonna reorganize the box a little bit, and then we're ready for the forest. Do 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 do. Okay, so y'all don't have items. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so moves. Halo, you are 280. So it'll be right there. Okay. So glad the box is easier to work with now. Maybe I should sell some stuff. Do I have anything to sell? I have 4 escape ropes that I don't really need. And I'm about to get some money from the rich kid, so at least there's that. Ooh, yes. Do 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 do. Oh, it's the lady. Must have been fated to meet. May I ask you for a battle? At least she asked nicely. I forgot the rich kid's on the other side of 104. We also have about 9 more minutes for stream raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. We'll go, Mudkip. That's not water gun. Water? I barely know her. Do 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 do. Wait, you didn't use the full restore. Interesting. Okay, actually, no, no, no. Why is my controller being weird? Okay, so I know there's an item over here, and there's one down south also. Damn, level 6. It's hardcore. I'm just gonna catch the cocoons, I think. Alright, we got a potion. And I think, I'm not for sure, but I think the item down there is a Pokeball. Okay, so there's Cascoon. Realistically, we need 2 of these. Cool. Okay, well, I don't have as many Pokeballs as I thought. That's what I get for not checking. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. This is not going as well as I thought it would. Do, 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 do. Cascoon's being stubborn. Sure. I'll go for a tackle, I guess. Do one more. Okay. Now will you get in the ball? We got 2 Premier Balls after this, and that's it. So... Dude, seriously? Why are you so stubborn? Okay, fine. You want to be our Premier Ball Pokemon? That's fine. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Alright, so this is number 9. I feel like that was supposed to be for Dustox, not Cascoon. But it's written down as this way, so we're gonna name it Nargle. Okay, we got 1 Pokeball left. It's not gonna get us very far. Now we got 2. So let's go buy some Pokeballs. The downside, we need 3 Slakoth before we can leave the forest. There's also a chance we might have to come back after getting some cash. I don't know. Because that did not go very well. You know what? We're gonna get in a random fight. I'm gonna level up Ralts. And then Ralts can take on the trainer there. Oh, Zigzagoon has an item. +2 special, yes. Up that special, baby. There's a Spearow in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I know in Ruby and Sapphire, this trainer has 6. They cut it down to 4 in Emerald. It just seemed excessive. Nope. We got these. Got about 2 more minutes for Stream Raiders also. Don't forget to drop in your units. Oh, we did 1 shot. Either this was a low roll or that was a high roll. I don't know which. I'm gonna guess that was a high roll the first time. Because the odds of me getting 2 low rolls in a row, kind of small. Do, 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 do. Let's get that item. Poochyena, go away. So many Poochyena. Got a paralyze heal for that paralysis. Alright, show me Pokemon that I don't have. Boom, baby. Okay, we didn't do that much. Even a crit shouldn't kill. Let's go for it. Premier Ball, baby! 1, 2, 3. Yes! Alright, we got Slick Off. That is number 10. I don't think anybody claimed this one. Nope. Great timing, too. So we got a Slakoth. We need 2 more. We also need a Shroomish, possibly 2. And we still need a Silcoon. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I count 5. 5 Pokemon. Actually, we need 2 Cascoons and 2 Silcoons. I take that back. So 7. We need 7 Pokemon. Well, there's Silcoon. Silcoon and Cascoon just look angry. Alright, we got the confusion. That's probably not necessarily a good thing. One, 2, Poopy. Alright, so we got 11 Pokeballs, that's all we get. I mean, we're gonna get a Great Ball from a dude, but this is not going well. Maybe we switch over to Zigzagoon again. Just do Tackle. Okay, I'm gonna chance one more. Okay. Dude, what are the catch rates of these? Because they do not go into the balls easily. There we go. Alright, so this is number 11. About to look up a catch rate on the cocoons, but okay. So this is our second one that we needed. Do 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 do. That could be bad. Okay, we're looking up the catch rate. So you're at 20% health. It's 40% catch rate at this point. Let's go. Three. Okay. We got our second one. So now we need one more Silcoon and we'll be good with that. I said Silcoon, not Cascoon. That's okay, I could use this for experience. Heck yeah, we'll do it. We're doing stuff and things and stuff. I don't know if I would recommend it. Couldn't say. Ah yes, Ralts, back when it was just a pure psychic type, but not psychic fairy. Talo. No, I don't need you. I need Shroomish. That's the other one that I need. We want Petalburg. 104. Petalburg Woods. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to just keep doing string shots. Fine. What did I just say? Ah! Don't do that. Okay, fine. We'll go heal. It's okay though. How are we with items? No items. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So in this game, there is 300, well not this one specifically, but this gen, there are 382 Pokemon we gotta come up with. No Mew, no Celebi, no Jirachi, no Deoxys. But everything else is up for grabs. Alright, so we need this. Level 5, also level 5. He go right there. I forgot Nargle is the Cascoon. I didn't do this right. No, I did. I thought I messed up. Alright, Slakoth, what number are you? 291. Okay, so Gardevoir, Surskit, Masquerain, Shroomish, Breloom, Slakoth. Cool. Do 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 do. Alright, so we need 2 more Slakoth, 1 more Silcoon, and 2 Shroomish. And we haven't even seen Shroomish yet. I do remember playing this for the first time, and the dude up here that gets attacked by the, I think it's Aqua. I thought he wanted a Shroomish, so I went and found one for him, and he didn't take it, and I was kind of sad. He was just asking about it. He wasn't actually asking for one. Ooh, okay. That's good news. Do 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 do. Retro. I'm gonna swap. There's an Alola Mola in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Aww. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to stop yawning, dude. I didn't mean to run. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Well, that sucks. Well, if he'd stopped yawning, I wouldn't have, like, swapped out. Or attempted to swap out. Do 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 do. Give me those level ups, baby. I cannot believe I just walked away from a Slakoth. That's gonna hurt. Do 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 do. There's the other Silcoon that I need. Do 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 do. Alright, so we don't chance losing any more Pokeballs. Do 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 do. Perfect. That's where I want it. Okay. Now I'm like being really cautious about like where my like cursor is. I may have to go and fight some trainers. Dude, get in the ball. You're 40% in catch rate at this point. One, two, poo. I'm almost out of Pokeballs. I need you to get in the ball. Stop wasting all my Pokeballs. One. You're stupid. You know that. I don't even want you. Oh, fuck off. Dude, seriously? Get out of here. Trash. The whole line is trash. Wasting Pokeballs. Alright, so we're going against a Poochyena. Why are you not going? There you go. Good job. Yeah, this dude. Not a one to be found. Hello, have you seen any Pokemon called Shroomish around here? I really love that Pokemon. I thought that, like, he wanted one. Like, I didn't know. I was gonna ambush you, but you had to dawdle in Petalburg Woods forever, didn't you? Got sick of waiting, so here I am. You, Devon researcher, hand over those papers. Aye! You're a Pokemon trainer, aren't you? You gotta help me, please. No. What do you think you're doing? Were you gonna protect him? No one who crosses Team Aqua gets any mercy, not even a kid. Come on and battle me. No, don't do that. YOLOS. You have 1 HP, bruh. Red Bromer? Red Bromer. I'm gonna go with Red Bromer, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. But welcome to the A Squad. Thank you for the follow. Well, I am out of money, so I gotta get some from these trainers. You got some nerve meddling with Team Aqua. Come on and battle me again. I wish I could say that, but I'm out of Pokemon. And hey, we at Team Aqua are also after something in Westboro. I'll let you go today. Woo! That was awfully close. Thanks to you, he didn't rob me of those important papers. I know. I'll give you a great ball as my thanks. Didn't that Team Aqua thug say they were after something in Westboro too? Uh-oh, it's a crisis. I can't be wasting time. Waka waka. I will say I don't speak Spanish, so I do apologize. I picked out a couple words in there, and that's about all I can understand. Ooh, are we gonna level up from this? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, put us at level 12. Come on. Coward. Okay, we got a Pokeball. I don't know how far we're gonna get with one. But I don't need Cascoon. I need a Silcoon who was being very stubborn and very rude not getting in the Pokeball. I don't see any bad words at least, but I can't really mod Spanish. Yeah, I didn't do well in Spanish. I tried, but I you know, it'd be like that. Got an ether, nice. Okay, we can't go any further. We're pretty much out of Pokeballs anyway. I'll go ahead and grab this. Alright, we'll get the cherry berries. And the orange berries. Gotta take those. Is it you? It's Pretty Petal Flower Shop. Would you like to learn about berries? Sure. That's my dream. Please help me. Well, it would help if you gave me something, but alright, sure. Here, it's for you. I got a Rostberry. Hello. I'll take the Whalmer pail. I'm gonna need it. They say they drop on the ground, but I have serious doubts. Now I have 2 Pokeballs. I think there's one more item. There might be a 4th one, but I can't remember. That's a Pokemon. No. Okay. I think we're good here. We got this trainer to deal with. we got a super potion. Nice. I'll accept your challenge. I have a lot of money. Rich boy, though. Pick up ability emerald chart. Oh, they don't drop Pokeballs? They drop Great Balls and Ultra Balls, but later. Okay. Well, that's a Dooner. I thought they dropped Pokeballs. They do drop nuggets and rare candies, too. He gonna hit me. Don't do it. Oh, goody. He also did not use the full restore. He just didn't get in range enough. I'll take it. Why couldn't I win? You didn't hit me. That's why. Should I or shouldn't I? Okay, sure, I'll battle. That is 3 down. We've got 3 to go. Yep, drop my attack. Do it. I dare you. I double dare you. That's gonna hurt a little bit. Only a little, though. Oh, Shrimish. Gonna make some foods. Be back later. Alright. Bring some back for chat. I wonder if Tony got anything for chat, because I know he went to the store. I could use some food. Alright, so we have a double battle here. Who do I want in this? If I bump you up to... Yeah, if we get to 11, we'll have Great Balls. As a chance to, or as a chance to get some Great Balls. That'd be great. That'd be great! Great Balls, yay! Then I wouldn't have to buy them. Alright, we're gonna go after C-Dot first. So I don't know if you heard, but we were signing parts of I Miss You, or singing parts, sorry. Singing parts of I Miss You yesterday. It was fun. I did miss it. I was working at the time, so I wasn't able to tune in, really. Okay. So we get Cherry Berry. And now here we get one of the best berries in the game. Lepa Berry. What berry do you give again? A Chesto Berry. Okay. We're gonna plant this. I think a streaming rock band or something like that would be fun. Can you stream Rock Band or Guitar Hero? I think the whole VOD would be muted, wouldn't it? Go ahead and plant the other Lepa. Heard that TOS is going to start letting copyrighted music go loud. Oh! Well, then that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, we're in Restboro. We're getting an item. There's also a Crustal in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. I could have heard wrong. I think I heard they're going to be more lenient, and that might have been what it was. I don't know. But that might be right. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna go get cut. Can't use it yet, but we gonna need it for some items. How much Pokemon have you caught in chat? Also Krish, Happy New Year. Welcome in. That many? I caught that many. That's a lot. Yeah, it's a little up there. It's a little up there. I have like 15 or something. Hey Tony, how you doing with Dead by Daylight? How's that going? You gonna get ghosty? You gotta get ghosty, dude. It ends like tomorrow or Monday. Or tomorrow or Tuesday. You gotta step it up. Oh, it's going. I didn't know you could buy Super Potion already. So completing Living Dex? Yeah, so we just started Gen 3 today. I figured we should wait till the beginning of the year, so that's what I did. It's Scat in the corner. He's a Scat man. Students who don't study get a little taste of my Quick Claw. Whether or not you are a good student will be evident from the way you use this item. And we got about 2 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. What's your favorite Pokemon game of all time? Don't know if I've ever asked. Platinum is definitely up there. Leaf Green, Fire Red, those are definitely up there. I think more Leaf Green than Fire Red, but still. Legends Arceus, Scarlet Violet are up there now. Emerald is definitely up there as well. It's hard to say. Heart Gold, Soul Silver are not as up there as you think they are. Rip Ash BW. Yeah, I mean, he's been the main character for 20-something years. It's about time. Yeah, they're solid games, I think. It's hard picking one to be your favorite, you know? What about you, Tony? What's your favorite? Okay, level 13. We should have no problem with this this gym fight. And we'll get some money out of it, so that'll be good. Alright, I'm gonna do this fight real quick and then we'll do Stream Raiders. I like Sapphire and I'm a big fan of yellow or blue. I get that. Yellow's fun too. What are we sitting at? 14. Nice. Pokemon Stadium 2 drove me insane. Alright, we're gonna get right here. I'm gonna save. Alright. Alright, gym fight time! I think something's up with the amount of points. I don't know. I may have to look into it. Hello, I'm Roxanne, the Rustboro Pokemon Gym Leader. I became a gym leader so that I might apply what I learned at the Pokemon Trainer School in battle. Would you kindly demonstrate how you battle, and with which Pokemon? Sure. We're gonna solo with Mudkip. That's what we doing. There might be a cooldown on it too. Nah, we're not gonna do bide. Nope. Stop wearing bide, yes. Yeah, I don't always do great with the bidding or the gambling, but it is what it is. Well, we can no longer walk away. And you won't hear me say, "Please, oh baby, don't go." Of course you have a burr. Ah, don't do that. That's rude. Get rid of that accuracy. Totally fine. Do that. Oh, you and your potions. Imagine using a potion in battle. There we go. We got it. And we evolve. Seems I still have so much more to learn. I understand. The Pokemon League's rules state that trainers are given this if they defeat a gym leader. Please accept the official Pokemon League Stone Badge. We got 1,500. I'll take it. Mudkip's evolving. We're trying to learn Mud Shot. Sure. That'll be fun. Today someone asked me what my New Year's resolution is. Goodness, Mano. That's hardcore. And I said to be half as good of a person as Ace. Why does Mano do this to me? Stop it. Alright, we got Rock Tomb, which is not good in this gen. I didn't mean to button mash, but that's okay. Get out! Out of the way! Wait, please! Don't take my goods! Alright, so now we have access to cut, which is cool. Do we have anything that can use it, though? I'm not as sure. Ow. Oh, okay. There we go. Let's find out if somebody can use cut. You can. You can use cut. Well, huzzah! Thank you for the epic unit. I keep wanting to swap in the bike, but I don't have that yet. It doesn't exist yet. Okay, there we go. Do do do. Do 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 do. Let's cut this open. Do do do. X accuracy. Eh. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so we got that. We can move up here now. Oh, it's you! You're that fantastic trainer who helped me in Pedal Lords. Help me! I was robbed by Team Aqua. I have to get back, or I have to get the Devon goods back. If I don't, I'm gonna be in serious trouble. If you beat the next gym, I'll follow you on my TV. Jimmy, mate. Not Jim. Got it. Jimmy. Welcome in, Jimmy. It's gonna be a minute before we get there, but we'll get there. Happy New Year. Hopefully it's going good so far. Just call me Jim. Oh, okay. I can do that. Welcome in, Jim. Do 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 do. Alright. Joey, get out of here. That's not a Rattata. Let's get this item. Never mind. And of course, Poochyena shows up again. Because why not? I'm shiny hunting on Scarlet. Ooh, fun. How's that going so far? Have you gotten any? And also, there's a Seadra in chat if I was trying to catch it. Okay, I really should have a different Pokemon up front. Hello. Gimme. Yes, Great Ball. I'll take it. Need to get you at 11, so Great Balls will be more prevalent. My bug Pokemon are tough. Let's battle. Do 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 do. We got these. The sooner I get a Gardevoir, the better. Alright, Nincada. What's your special defense like? I know you have Leech Life, so that may be problematic. But it is only base 20, so it's not like it's a lot. Never mind. Do 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 do. Let's go, Wingull. Do do. Tempted to swap out Wingull for Taylor. Oh, sorry guys, nobody got it. The game's rigged sometimes. Even the emote says it's rigged. I study at school and I study on the way home too. Apparently she likes to study. Do 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 do. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go catch the Whismer that are in the cave. And then after we do those events in the cave, I'll go back to the forest and catch everything I need to. I think that's how we're gonna handle this. We still need 2 Slakoth, and we need a Silcoon, and we need at least 1 Shroomish. 2 would be great, but at least 1. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Okay. I'm in shock. I lost? I mean, yeah. It'd be like that, though. That's not who I wanted to use it on. You know what? We have orange berries. Let's use them. Alright, can we get something we haven't had yet? Actually, there's a couple of cats I gotta pick up, and they're 1% encounters here. It's not gonna be fun. Damn, Skitty. At least I think it's here. Skitty, 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 skitty. No, it's 116. Are we on 116? Actually, I have no idea because I don't have the Pokénav with me. It might not be here. At least I wrote down... Well, yeah, I think it is because Ninkata is here as well, and it's written down there. Yeah. Not going to be fun to look up. But we got to get him. And this is the only place you can get Skitty. Alright, let's do this double battle. If the tunnel doesn't go through, then I'll just go over the top. It's a dead end up there. I'm bored. So can we battle? At least he asked. Instead of just assuming I wanted to fight. Alright, Geodude and Shroomish. Do it. Ooh, we got the confusion. Confusion! Critical hit. Okay, that's good. I'll take that. Now hit yourself. That's not hitting yourself. Okay, that's fine. I'll take that. I feel like Mud and Water Sport were supposed to be better than they actually are. But it is what it is. Alright, level 10, nice. Kill the Shroomish, come on. Yes! And level 10, nice. Hello, Tad. Oh, that'll be easy. Do, 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 do. Okay, do you have only rock types, or do you have a fighting type? Well, rock your heart. I'm gonna guess it's just rock types, which would make sense. A dude's name is Devin. And they have Devin researchers over, you know, at the building over there. So, why did they name him Devin? That seems kind of weird. Alright, we're gonna be level 11. Just don't crit me, and we'll be fine. I think we get double team at 11. I think. Do. Called it. Get teleport at 16. Ay, no contest at all. Nope, you need to go this way. It's money. I'll take it. There's not an item right here, is there? No. No, there is not. No, you're supposed to go this way. Okay, we do have an item. Another escape rope, of course. Alright, we need to get you to level 11, so we're gonna put you up front. I'm gonna heal up Ralts. I'm gonna do one more. Just because I got the berries, I might as well. I'm gonna go for that item, but in a minute. Ether. I feel like the berries are better at this point. I'll take the Chesto berry, sure. If I remember right, I need to hold on to Chesto berries for Phoebos, but I can't remember for sure. I'm gonna skip the pineapple berries. Oh, I didn't get to do the double battle. Sad for me. It's fine, though. Okay, so we know you have confusion and growl. And we are faster. And can we flinch? We cannot. That's fine. I think it's insane that Zigzagoon gets headbutt so early. Let me teach you how strong my adorable Pokemon is. Alright, sure. It's a Marill. It's Pika Blue. Yeah, we got a flinch. I'll take it. Okay, so now we're good. Now we'll actually have a good chance of getting Great Balls. Antidote. Potion. Put you back up front. I think for now we'll just do that. Do 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 do. Ooh, they have money. Probably. Let's get rid of Lotad first. That was almost a one-shot. Oh good, we have two Zigzagoon to deal with. That's fun. Same thing, we'll get rid of you first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, so we're gonna stick to water gun now. That's what we're gonna do. I feel like that did the exact same amount as tackle. Ooh, Puchiana. Perfect. Like it, love it, want some more of it. It's a new experience for me. Oh baby, say it ain't so. I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. We do have an item. Super potion, sure. Okay, so I say we go heal. Well, you know what now? We're going for it. Although I'm gonna have to swap out Ralts for pretty much anything else. Yeah, we'll do this. Ooh, what am I to do? We were on a walk, Pico and I, when we were jumped by an odd thug. The scoundrel made off with my darling Pico. Roar, Pico! There's an item up here. Yes, I definitely need that. What, are you coming? Come and get some then. Grah, Kiho it all. That hostage Pokemon turned out to be worthless. I didn't think I made a getaway in this tunnel to nowhere. Hey you! So you want to battle me? Can Mudshot one-shot? It can! Heck yeah! My career in crime comes to a dead end. It'd be like that. This is playing not right. The boss told me this would be a slick and easy job to pull. All I had to do was steal some package from Devin. Shh, you want to back that badly? Take it. Hey! The dude that looks like Master Roshi? Pico! I'm glad to see you're safe. Pico owes her life to you. They call me Mr. Briny. And you are? Ah, so you're Ace. I sincerely thank you. Now, if there's anything that troubles you, don't hesitate to tell me. You can usually find me in my cottage by the sea near Petalburg Woods. Come, Pico, we shall make our way home. There's a dupe hider in chat if you might want to try and catch it. We need 3 of these. Luckily, the cave's full of them, so it's super easy. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do tackle. That's about right. That's okay though. 39.27. Tackle still might kill. Do. Okay, Whismer. Yeah, none of them are claimed. That's a crit. Okay, I'm just gonna switch to somebody else. Maybe we go into Ralts for this part. Repel. Not yet. Okay, I need the Whismer. I need 3. Come on. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Okay, level 8. Yes. Cause an uproar. Making an uproar. We'll put those up there and there. There we go. Let's do these. Whismer number 1. You're supposed to stay in the ball. That's the rule. Whismer, where are you? 1, 2, 3. There we go. This is number 12. Do 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 do. I'm gonna need to heal. I got enough potions now thanks to Zigzagoon. Do 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 a do a do 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 do. This might kill. I guess we'll find out. It did not. Okay, good. Alright, Whismer number 2. Pagarino. And now I just need one more. That's the easiest Pokemon to look for. That is level 5. I will kill it, so we're gonna have to find a different one. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to be a higher level. Like the highest level you can be. Be all you can be. Should be okay enough. Okay. And we got less than 3 minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. Okay, that's all 3 of them. So we're done with the cave, which is great. At least in terms of Pokemon. We gotta come back here later. We're done here. You can stop. I wonder if I'll find a shiny during this. I mean, it's possible. So we need 2 Nincada. We need 2 Skitty, which are 1% encounters. Which is already going to be like hell on earth trying to find. Okay, there's a Nincada. Level 7. Let's chance a confusion, see what happens. Perfect. That might not be good. I kind of wish you didn't get confused. I need you to hit me. Or that. That works too. Come on, number 13. Yes. I almost killed it by accident. We don't need Tailo. I need you to go away now. We need another Nincada. And I need the cat to show up. I don't know if we're gonna find 2 Skitty, to be honest. We might just find the one and then breed the other one post game. Okay, that's good. That means we got a high roll before. Do 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 do. Pog. Alright, I'll save. We'll do Stream Raiders. Okay, let's get back to it. So we need another Ninkata. We need Abra as well, which I kind of forgot about. We ain't gotta talk about that though. Let's just go for it. I think Abra's more in Granite Cave than here, but I mean, that didn't happen. I was like, if I can catch it here, that'd be cool, but it did not happen here. That's okay though. I might put on some music just to kind of get through for a little bit until we get to progress. So I think I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. There we go. You complete it yet? Not yet. I'm trying to catch a few Pokemon for the Living Dex first before we get there. So I'll do a video game lo-fi playlist, I think, while we're vibing out. So right now we're looking for one Ninkata. If I can get Abra, that would be cool, but I mean, Abra's also in Granite Cave, so I'm not super worried about it. And then we're looking for Skitty. We need at least one, but it's a 1% encounter. And Abra's stubborn, of course. Do we have any items? No. Jack Lloyd Colum, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the A Squad. How's your day going? Happy New Year. Couldn't be bothered to wait. I'm gonna guess that's your like alternate account. Do I have an alternate? I think I have an alternate account. I think I set it up as a bot and just for this, but Emerald is your favorite Pokemon game. Chai, welcome in. Happy New Year. How are you? I can't tell you why, but I've played it so many times. I have as well. Uh-oh. This is definitely one of my favorites as well. I don't know if it's my favorite out of all of them, but it's hard to narrow it down to the favorite, I'll be honest, but it's in the top 5 for sure. That was my TV and acted like you didn't. Admittedly, I thought, you know, you were on your TV with that account, so I didn't know. I didn't know your TV had a separate account, which is pretty cool. Well, welcome in. Come on, we need another Ninkata. And I need a cat to show up. 1% encounter. Why did they think that was okay to do? There's a hop hip in chat if anybody wants to try and catch it. Oh, why did they think this was okay to do? Thank God it's so much easier now. It just got easier with each game. But still. I want to say after Gen 4 they stopped doing 1%. I could be wrong though. Poochyena, seriously, I'm gonna need you to go lay down. Let something else jump in. I've seen more Poochyena in this attempt than any other like Gen 3 run that I've ever done. I get it. It's like the Rattata and the Pidgey of the route, but still, bro, you gotta chill out. Okay, Burb, go away. We already got you. I'll find Swellow later. I need Pokemon that are really hard to find, like Nincada and Skitty. They don't care. They don't care for most things. Alright, we'll take another crack at Abra. Come on. 1, 2. Just get out of here. Just rude. That's all you are. Okay, come on. We need the Pokemons. It'd be cool if I could have like some kind of graphic for the route that I'm on, what Pokemon I need left. Kind of like how they did in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, which was awesome. Oh yeah, I still have to find one, but the downside is Ditto is post-game, so we wouldn't even be able to get it, start doing all that stuff until after I beat the Elite Four anyway. But I still need the Skitty. And there's the Nincada that I was looking for. I don't know, I think that'll kill, so... Ooh, what do we do? I can't do water. Do Harden. You're gonna do Leech Life though. Nope, Scratch. Okay. Okay, we're fine. That's good. And Ditto's not even in Ruby Sapphire. It's only in Emerald. For the Hoenn games. Technically in Gen 3, you can't breed until post-game regardless. I mean, you can breed, just not with a Ditto. But in Fire Red, Leaf Green, you're not even able to breed until you beat the Elite Four, because it's on 4 Island. Okay, so we got that. I still need Cat. Show up, Cat. Okay. That's not Cat. Okay, so we don't need that. You know what? Go back. That's fine. We'll do this. Show me Route 116. Gen 3. I'm sorry, it's not a 1%, it's a 2%. Just to add insult to injury, it's a 2%. I also have to remember to have an empty spot for when I do Nincada, so I can get the Shedinja. Odds just went up 100%. Sure. Oh, that's why. Poochyena is 28% to show up. Gross. Why did they do this? At least, like, Game Freak learned. Hey, stop that. Trinity Relay Twitch Talk. Welcome in. Hello. Happy New Year. What's a resolution? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the A Squad. So a resolution is like, for example, if I was somebody who smoked cigarettes and my New Year's resolution is to quit smoking this year. Something like that. I don't smoke, but Good job. I already got my New Year's resolution. No, that'd be too easy. I haven't even really thought about my own. It's to complete a permalock on Wailing White. I have not heard of that one. I've heard of Blaze Black and I forgot what the Volt White? White Volt? I don't know. But I was not aware that there was a Wailing White. Very hard game. I guess it's similar to, in the same vein as that, or Emerald Kaizo, Radical Red. I'm not really sure which one's harder, Radical Red or Kaizo Emerald, but you know what a permalock is? I guess not 100% because I really haven't seen that many people do them. I know what a Nuzlocke is. I know what a Sunkern lock is, and I am dreading the day somebody hits that. But yeah, I guess I don't know exactly what a permalock is. Yeah, go for it.
Just call this a Super Saiyan 2.
Thank you for reading me second. Second Pog. Yeah, go for, you can paste the rules, that's fine. Because it was long. No, I'll go ahead and let you, it's fine. Vegeta needs to chill. Ah, my nose. I like that. I don't know how I found that. Somewhere floating around on Google. Where is this damn cat at? Means you have 6 Pokemon and one dies, you go back to a gym. If your whole team dies, you reset. No switching out Pokemon, no super effective moves against gym leaders. Oh. No setup moves and no pseudo legendaries. I'm gonna assume no legendaries as well. But yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think of the other lock that people do. What's the one that Salty does all the time? Gabite and Zweilous are fine. So the middle evolution's okay, but the final evolution's not. Friend lock? No, it's crap, what is it? Ironmon. I was trying to think of the hardcore Ironmon challenges. It's in the same vein as that. I was like, it's not a lock, I don't think. Yeah, it's Ironmon. Where Ironmon? That's what I'm asking, Mano. Where's your Ironmon at? I think Mano should become an Ironmon streamer. It's hard. I can imagine, yeah. Radical Red Ironmon is easier. I reckon the Wonderlock would be good fun. I think that'll be fun, yeah. Volt White is the hardest ROM hack ever though. Is it now? I think they just got a redo of that. I have the original one, but I never actually got around to playing it. Where is this cat at, man? I just need a skitty. 2% counter. Come on now. I mean, they tried pulling that crap in Let's Go, but it was still easier than this. This doesn't exist in Gen 8. There are no 1% counters. Surskit's also a 1% counter, but it's not in this game. I have to pull it from Ruby or Sapphire. There's also more Pokemon on this route in Emerald than there are in Ruby and Sapphire. At least that's what I'm looking at. Will you let me go? Thank you. No items. Oko moves with the exception of Sheer Cold on Frostlass. Max level is 2 levels beneath a gym fight. That could be intense as it is. And 1 below an Elite 4 member. And I can be on level with Champ. So which game are you doing that for? I think a Soul Link would be fun as well. Wailing White, okay. So between what's the difference between Wailing White and Volt White? I don't think I'd ever put myself through that. Do it, man. Do it. Welcome back, Tiny. We've had some friends join us. Some new friends. But friends, all the same. Is a lot harder because the AI, it learns. That's Wailing has a smart eye, but it doesn't learn. Okay. Does the original Volt White learn, or is it just the redo? Man, I can't decide if it's cold or not. It's 68 degrees outside, but I feel like it's colder in here. Ooh, I saw the frames tank a bit. Well, that's not good. Let's not do that. I just saw the box go from green to like orange. I was like, no, don't do that. But if you would do a ROM hack, just play XY boosted or Grandmaster Green. I did Renegade Platinum. When was that? Late 2020, early 2021, something like that. Seems to be better now. Yeah. It's just like, I guess it was just the one time. I don't know. Come on, Amber. 1, 2. Get out of here. Rude. Mogul Platinum. What is Mogul Platinum? Renegade Platinum drove me insane, but it did get me ready for BDSP. The Elite Four is about, not necessarily the same level, but about the same difficulty, it felt like. Did Ironmon on Renegade Platinum on his first try. Sure. You have a max of 6 deaths. Oh. No, I did an Ironmon on Pokemon Black for a little bit, but I gave up. It just wasn't for me. I don't have the temperament to do it. I really don't. All the more power to the people out there that do. Apparently, I am just not fast enough. Okay, are you serious? This damn bird. Look, I'm looking for a cat. There's a Nuzleaf in chat if let's try and catch it. I'm almost out of confusion too. Okay, we'll switch over to a different Pokemon, I guess. Really? No items. Okay. I'll switch over to Wingull. How fast is Wingull? 18. It is a little bit faster than Ralts, so maybe it'll be fast enough. I guess I should level up Wingull a little bit. speaking of talk, I have a TikTok like filmed already. I just need to edit it, and I'll probably do that today. And then I'll throw it up on the Tickety Talk. I just keep kind of pushing it off. I don't know why. Skitty! I need you to show up. This damn cat, dude. Tickety Talk, yes. Yeah, that thing. I should probably upload to Hover. I don't know. There's been like some issues with Hover, or there were issues. I don't know if it's still going on. Okay, we're gonna try Abra again. The odds of catching it are kind of small, but I feel like they're higher than they should be. 2. Still 2. Abra is just showing up just to rub it in my face that I can't catch Abra. Very rude. Ace, why haven't seen you since last year? Same! Welcome in, Bandits.
What I call a Super Saiyan 3.
Pog. Thank you for redeeming 3rd. How have you been, Bandits? It's been since last year. Where is this damn cat? Ooh, tomorrow we get to play Super Mario RPG. I feel like we're getting closer to the end, because I think we're 5 stars in. I would assume after you get all 7, you go fight the bad guy. So that'll be fun. And then Tuesday we're playing Zelda 2. Zelda 2 on Tuesday. That's fun. Where is this cat? I just want to sleep this year away. It just started. Is it already that bad? Where is Skinny, man? Unless you can pick one up in the casino. Poker. What town are you? Mauville. Nope. I want Gen 3. Not Gen 6. Where's the game corner? Is it not here? I feel like the game corner is supposed to be here. Let's see. Emerald Game Corner prizes. Nope, TMs and some dolls. Lame. Yep, we just gotta keep at it. Alright, we got about 2 more minutes for Stream Raiders. Don't forget to drop in your units. That's Burb. We need Cat. Bro. Poochiana, go away. We already got you. We don't need another. Maybe we should try a different patch of grass. Can we finally get an Abra? Because that'd be cool. One. Wow, part 21. Yeah. There's been a few other parts. I wonder how many parts it will take total. It's hard to say. If I had to guess, it took 20 to get through 2 of them. I'm gonna say we'll be done by 40 on Gen 3. Gen 4 I feel like will be 55 maybe. Gen 6. Because we gotta play through 4 games. We finally got an Abra! Look at that! Alright, Abra is 14. JP named this Brainy, apparently. Wait, why am I doubling up? Hey, no. Okay. Oh yeah, no, we need the music. I forgot. We're doing vibe outs and musics. And of course the song ends as I turn it back on. Hey, that's Gen 3 music. Look at that. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Come on, cat. I read a cat fact. Does that help? Do I need to?
Still JP's Subasio one you woo.
I don't like hearing that. Dreamy, welcome in. Happy New Year. Thank you for the resub of 21 months. Can you believe it's been 20 months? It's crazy, isn't it? All right, during the next Stream Raiders event that we do, I'll open up a booster pack. I'm gonna try and save everything for the 30-minute intervals. I feel like that'd be good. And Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year. Dreamy, did you stay up till midnight? Did you make it? Can I not get a cat? Oh. Stayed up till 1 a.m. Ooh. You're daring today. Where is Skitty? Don't tell me I gotta whisper sweet nothings into the mic to find the Skitty. Because I don't think that's how that works. I'll try it though. Nothings. See, it didn't work. It only works for legendaries when you're trying to catch legendaries. Apparently. We put it to the test a couple of times. What's the goal on this route? Find one Skitty. This is the only route Skitty's on. It's a 2% encounter. So, you know, that. Boop bada boop bada boop bada boop bada boop boop bada boop bada boop bada boop boop bada boop boop boop. Skitty drawing. Yeah, I did do one, didn't I? It's been a minute. Do 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 do. If it's the pink cat, yes, it is. Do. There's a Togedemaru in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Bow, 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 bow. Not a Whismer. Come on now. We need kitty cat. What an odd mix. I'm telling you. The cool thing about, so January 20th, we're getting a new booster pack for Pokemon, so that'll be fun to open. I was actually thinking about picking up some older packs from the Sword and Shield era. I think it was Vivid Voltage was one of the ones I saw. And some other ones. Nice. It is very rigged, yes. This sounds like Super Mario 64. It's got that vibe to it. Yo, can I get a cat, please? Por favor. I mean, I'll go ahead and try for the other Abra. The odds of it happening are small, but... I mean, while we're waiting for Skitty to show up, I might as well. One. Nope. Yeah, apparently this route has Abra. It's like a 10% encounter rate. At least according to this. I'll probably end up picking up the other two in Granite Cave, though. But I did manage to get one, so at least there's that. I have no idea how I'm supposed to, like, show the trading back and forth on stream. Haven't figured that out yet. Thank you for the epic unit. I felt like that ended kind of sudden. It wasn't a good flow. There we go. Now, how do we not kill it? That ain't gonna work. Let's try this Zigzagoon. Yeah, keep growling. I'm okay with that. Es no bueno. Yep. Do it. One, two, three. Yes, we got Skitty, baby. All right, Skitty is number 15. Also, Dreamy, you can name a Pokemon if you want. Could be any Pokemon you want. We're done here. Let's get a move on. Giratina. I think you already have Giratina claimed, don't you? No, you do not. Okay, what do you want to name Giratina? Controller. That's cool. Oh. You gotta name it Dreamy. Okay. Sure. Okay, so I can switch back to actual music from the game, so that'd be cool. I probably should have saved, but I'll save after we're done talking. I do not want to have to hunt that again. Can you imagine trying to shiny hunt that in this game? It'd be a nightmare. You saved our staff not just once, but twice. I have a favor to ask of an amazing person like you. I understand that you're delivering a package to Slateport's shipyard. Well, on the way, could you stop off in Dewford? I was hoping you'd deliver a letter to Stephen in Dewford Town. Now you should know that I am a great president, so I'd never be so cheap as to ask for a favor for nothing in return. So that's why I want you to have this. Hey! That device, it's a Pokemon Navigator, or PokeNav for short. It's an indispensable tool for any trainer on an adventure. It has a map of the Hoenn region. You can check the locations of Dewford and Slateport easily. By the way, I've heard that the sinister criminals, Magma and Aqua I believe, have been making trouble far and wide. I think it would be best if you rested up before you go on your way. Well, thank you. That was nice. Well then, go with caution and care. Let's save so I don't ever have to do that again. Alright. You deserve the world. Okay, Mano. Mano, you should go to bed. It's late. It's already noon here. Unless you're pulling an all-nighter. I've been developing an added feature for the PokeNav, and it turned out great. May I see the PokeNav? The one our president gave you? There you go. I added a new feature named Match Call to your PokéNav. Using the Match Call feature, you can chat with people who have been registered in your PokéNav. Our President Stone should be registered in your PokéNav. Test it out. Okay. Oh, Ace! Since you called me, the PokéNav must be working properly. Other people will be registered, so try calling them too. Good, good. You seem to be quite happy. How can I know that? It's because I'm looking down from my office window. See you again. Okay, I better get back to work. Please take care. Okay. Do. Oh wait, we already healed, so... I'm gonna get back to studying because someone decided it's a great idea to keep exams directly on the 2nd of January. See you later and have a great stream. Alright, Dreamy, thank you for being here. Good luck on your tests. Have fun with that. Alright, so let's get rid of that. And that. And that. And that. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and pull these items. Ooh, a nugget, yes! And we'll sell that nugget too. Heck yeah. Okay, that should get me by for a little while. Alright, one last thing before we continue. I'm gonna organize the boxes a little bit. The boxes! New Pokemon. Why did I catch 3? I get why I caught 3 of these. I only needed 2 of these. That was a waste of a Pokeball. Well... I'm gonna need to trade anyway, so... There's Bulbasaur. Sure, why not? Okay, Abra is 64. There we go. Alright, Whismur. 297. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do that. That way I don't have to level up as much, technically. Okay. And then Nincada, where are you at? 294. Okay. And it's so nice having an organizational like this. It's so great. Alright, Skitty. 304. Right here. Alright. So we still need 2 Slakoth and one Silcoon. And then we need 2 Shroomish. Oh hey! You had a match call feature put on your PokéNav. Cool! Let's register each other so we can get in touch anytime. By the way, I walked by Mr. Bryony in Petalburg Woods. He said I bet he was on his way to his cottage by the sea. How's your Pokedex? Have you filled any pages yet? Mine rules! Can I have a battle to test how far you progressed? I know you just became a trainer, but I won't go easy. Ooh, yours is stronger. I don't like that. I don't like this. I definitely don't like that. Ouchies. That's gonna hurt. Can you hit the one goal? Ooh, even better. Oh, I don't like that at all. That's rude. Shameful. Alright, we'll go Zigzagoon. We'll go Headbutt. I don't like that he's faster, man. And that did a lot. I'm not sure what the play is here. You know, in retrospect, I probably should have been leveling up more. Hit yourself. There's a Tyrant and Shot if you might want to try and catch it. Hit yourself. That's not hitting yourself. I didn't do a lot. Hit yourself? Yeah, that's a dead six. Nope, not dead yet. Hit yourself. Rude. I was really hoping we were faster. Weird, he didn't go for absorb. Well, we're fine. You're pretty good. Yeah, that was not good. By the way, you know Mr. Briney, the guy I just passed? I bet you didn't know this since you just moved here. But Mr. Briney was once a great sailor. That's not where I wanted to go, but okay. Do 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 do. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, back to the forest. Well, I guess I could register these trainers. Potentially money for later, especially you. Rich boy Winston. Okay, so we need to go this way anyway. Alright, Silcoon, good. We need one more. Okay. This time I came prepared. Ends up burning 30 Pokeballs for no reason. I mean, at this rate, I might end up burning 30 Pokeballs. I don't know. Dude, not even a shake. They are just mean. All right, we'll go a little Zigzagoon and just tackle or cut. One or the other. Okay. You were as low as you could possibly go. I'm gonna need you to get in the Pokeball now. Come on. There we go. We got it. Finally. So now we just need, we need 2 Shroomish and 2 Slakeoth, and we'll be good. Alright, so we're gonna get a Miracle Seed. I figure we could put that on Shroomish when we get it. There's an item over here. Yes, I will take that. Okay, we're good. Let's go get this item. It's a Tiny, it's your mushroom. I found it. I guess that's it. Okay. I'm gonna need you out of the way, dude. Alright, we'll just go back where we were running before. Okay, but I don't need you anymore. You were stubborn for the last time. Okay, no wing attack, but that's okay. Yes, we do need you. I need it to do yawn or something. Nope, scratch. Fair enough. Ah, you crit me, punk. Would that kill? What's your attack at right now? 13. Okay, good. We should be good. Three. Alright, there's our second one. Nope. I want Petalburg Forest, or Woods. Petalburg Woods. Come on. Ooh, think of the epic unit. Shroomish has not popped up once, and it's a 15% encounter. Epic Blues Clues. That's funny. Bruh. Poochiana, go away. Where is Shroomish at? I know it's here. I found three Slakeoth. I just ran away from them by accident, but I found 3 before I even found a single Shroomish. Slakeoth has a 5% encounter rate. That makes no sense. No, we're done with the Wurmple line. I got all of them. Just need to evolve 2 of the cocoons, and we'll do those later. But again, we're done. We good. Still not a Shroomish. I would like to add Shroomish to the team, please. That would be awesome. Boy howdy, I hope Mano fell asleep. Mano needs to go to bed. Oh, I didn't think it would be this bad. I knew Skitty would be bad. I didn't think it would be this bad to find a Shroomish. It shouldn't be this bad. I have a light now, so it'll illuminate a little bit. Alrighty, we're gonna play that fun game, Guess the Energy, where everybody guesses the energy, and if they're right, awesome, and if not, I mean, who knows? There's always next time, right? I'm gonna bump this down a little bit. There we go. Ooh, okay, we got a black code card, so that's fun. Alright, Tiny says fighting. I'm gonna say electric. We're gonna go electric. So let's see if we're right. Grass. So nobody was right. That's okay. Alright, so we got Silene. We got Perugly. Ooh, we got Azelf. I don't think we have Azelf yet. I could be wrong though. Sudowoodo. We got Combee. I can't remember if we have Combee or not. Drifloon, I think we have. I can't remember. Psyduck. Togepi, which we got recently. The reverse is a Hippowdon, which I don't think we have. And the rare is, ooh, a Hisuian Lilligant V. Cool. That's nice. I like it. I don't know if the lights are let me see. We're gonna test this. There we go. Up the light a little bit. So that's pretty cool. I like that. So we did get something out of that after all. And we got a couple Pokemon that we can add. So yay! Alright, let's go ahead and close this down. Just do that for now. Let's do this. There we go. Alright, we'll go ahead and cut that. Let's go back over here. Okay, so we are still... Oh. Hello, Winston here. Yes, correct. I am rich, yes. What a jerk. I should tell you, my wealth has grown since we last met. What's more, my Pokemon have also grown stronger. I can't shake the feeling that world exists for me. Oh, no need to say a word. Everyone knows it's true. Oh, you must excuse me. I have this formal dinner to attend. Does that mean he wants to fight? Are those fighting words? No. If he's got a Pokeball next to his name, then he wants to fight, but he does not. Those seem like fighting words, though. There's an Aromatisse in chat if you might want to try and catch it. Check. Okay. Do 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 do. Do do do. Ooh, I am getting a little hungry. Tomorrow I'm sticking to a consistent, like I'm gonna start sticking to a consistent meal schedule, but today, this is the last day, so. And I've already had 4 of these cups, so that's close to 80 ounces of water. So we're doing good on that too. Do 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 do. Come on, Tiny, you can get it, right? Do 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 do. There's Shroomish. You got it, Tiny. Good job. Do 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 do. I'm going to the gym tomorrow. That's when I'm gonna start. Today is the last day of not doing gym. Come on, Shroomish. Oh God. Good luck. I think it'll be fine. Got it. All right, we got Shroomish. All right, Shroomish is number 16. All right, so we need one more Slakoth and we need one more Shroomish, and then we can move on. That might be the last thing we end up doing today with the rate this is taking. Never mind. Let's just see what happens. I didn't think so. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do I chance it? I don't think we chance it. I think we just go for the ball. Two, three. Yes. All right, we got our 3. Okay, so we just need one more Shroomish and we can move on. It's a 15% encounter. Okay. Well, hot damn. Okay, so even a crit shouldn't kill. Do 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 do. Yes. We can finally move on. I don't know if we're gonna get to the gym today or not. We might. I think if I go in right now, I'll still lose. Because Makuhita is mean. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Alright, so you go right here. Both Slakoff go over there. This looks so much cleaner than it did in the first two gens. I love it. Alright, Shroomish, you are right after Ralts. So we have Gardevoir. We have Surskit, Masquerain, and then y'all are down here. Okay, so which one is a higher level? That would be you. Okay. Alright, we'll do that. Do 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 do. I need to heal up Shroomish, don't I? It's possible. Do 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 do. Do do do. Ooh, think of the epic unit. I heard the noise, but I didn't see the text. Very weird. Nope, go that way. Yes. Hold on, lass. Wait up, Pico. You're Ace. You saved my darling Pico. We owe you so much. What's that? You want to sail with me? You have a letter bound for Dewford and a package for Sateport then. Quite the busy life you must lead. But certainly, what you're asking is no problem at all. You come to the right man. We'll set sail for Dewford. Dewford it is then. Anchors away. Pico, we're setting sail, my darling. Okay. We go vroom vroom zoom zoom on the boat. Then we get stopped for a phone call, I think. Yep. Oh, Ace, where are you now? It sounds windy wherever you are. I just heard from Devon's Mr. Stone about your Pokemon, so I decided to give you a call. It sounds like you're doing fine, so that's fine with me. You take care now. Thanks, Dad. Ahoy, we hit land. I suppose you're off to deliver that letter to, who was it now? Steven. Alright, so this is where we get the fishing, or the old rod. I was gonna say the fishing rod, but the old rod. I want to say there's an item over here, but I can't remember. There is not. Nope. I was wrong. Okay, so who's up front currently? Yes, I will take the Great Ball. Okay, you need to go up front because you need to gain some levels because this is a fighting gym. Do 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 do. Perfect. I don't like that you're faster than me though. That's not good. And we're poisoned. I know it had no effect. Okay, we are at least doing more damage. At least you can't become badly poisoned. That would be a kind of a cool thing if they did that, though. Do 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 do. Pog. Okay, 440. Well, we gotta go heal that poison. Hey, Winston here. Had a match earlier and managed to win, but it was close. My Zigzagoon put on one inspired showing. Happy New Year all. Daydream, welcome in. How are you? How's your New Year's going? I am getting hungry. We're actually gonna wrap up a little early today. We got pretty much we're gonna do Stream Raiders and then we're gonna end. I did not mean to walk in there, but that's okay. But you know, we'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Let's do these. I'll take that. I need the monies. Let's do these. Which do you prefer, fishing in the sea or a stream? I feel like the sea would be better, wouldn't it? I feel like it would. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. Alright, Tentacool. This should be easier than the other one that we had to fight because it's a lower level. By a wide margin, actually. Easy! GG, baby! There you go. Stop that. Ooh, we got a crit. Nice. I love it. And then you're gonna do the match call thingy. Cool. Alright, let's go in and get Flash. Yes. I'm half tempted to go ahead and catch a Zubat now, so I can just start running around with it, but it still takes a while. Okay. We're gonna start fighting some of these trainers and hope it goes well. I do need to save too. Don't you dare brush me off. It's not my fault if you cry. They're mean here, aren't they? Confusion. Yeah, don't do that. Get out of here, you little onion. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Aw, we were so close to 13. That would have been nice. There's nobody there. We go up. Right here. I think there's a double battle here. Oh, hold on. We got items. We'll take them. Oof, oof, oof. Are you stumbling around in the dark? A little. I'll show you the gumption of a sailing man. There's a Kamala in chat if Mel wants to try and catch it. Do 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 do. Oh, good thing I went for Machop first. Because now I can stall a turn. I wasn't sure the speed of that, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't accidentally run into him. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ha-ha! Okay, so the lights are on a little bit more now. How'd this happen? How? I still wish you could run inside, but you can't. Might is right. Come on. Okay, might is right, apparently. According to this dude. Karate chop. We're fine. Pogarino. Oh, there's nobody here. Okay. I think there's at least one more fight that we can do. I could be wrong. Yep. If you mean to pass, it has to be through me. Hoorah! Alright, Makuhita. Might be problematic. Might be going for Vital Throw too, because we went first. Yep. I still did quite a bit. Okay, 14. Stats are not great, but it is what it is. We're okay with health. We'll do that. There's no need for Brawley to be involved. I'll crush you. But it's the legendary Super Saiyan. Confusion. Oh, crap. We might be able to make it. Come on. Yes. Go, Rolls. I say we chance the gym. Well, let's go for it. Hopefully we won't need more than 2 Pokemon. Do 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 I'm Brawly, Doofer's gym leader. I've been churned in the rough waves of these parts, and I've grown tough in the pitch black cave. So you wanted to challenge me? Let's see what you're made of. Level 16, I'm in danger here. Okay. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Meditate? Sure. Yep. I have to hit every single time. Oh, he's gonna hit me with Focus Punch. Which is a problem. I've got 4 left. Oh. Ooh. Yes. Very unfortunate too. Alright, I say do as much damage as we can. Maybe go for a confusion. Maybe we won't have to. Never mind. I forgot they have berries. Can you get confused? That would be awesome. Okay. Now hit yourself. That'd be even better. Did not. This might hurt. Okay. I also came with berries. And I'm out. In retrospect, probably should have went and healed first, but that's okay. Does this kill? Almost. And he's gonna heal up, which is very unfortunate. Now reversal's gonna do a lot of damage. Ah, you stop that. You stop that right now. I think I just lost. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna heal again. I'm gonna take a chance. Imagine being slower than a Shroomish. Come on. FX Spore, go off. It didn't go off. I was really hoping for anything at that point. Oh, he did heal. What a coward. Chomp. Hit yourself. That's not hitting yourself. I got lost. But that's what I get for not leveling up when I should have. Oh, that's gonna take forever. Hit yourself. Just short of killing it. Well, we got close. I'm gonna drop his attack as much as I can, but I don't think it's gonna matter much. Then again, nah. I mean, I'm throwing a level 3 Pokemon into this. I don't think it's gonna matter. Nah, it didn't.